a balance with both. Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vidarshana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you, that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did not know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration meditation, samatha. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of the circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practiced the samatha meditation, whenever we realized that our mind was going to stray away, we learned to bring our attention to the posture that we were in at that time. With all our experiences, we would like to advise you that the moment you realize that your mind is straying away behind other thoughts, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. To go on the path, you need to develop your mindfulness, siddhi, and wisdom together. The concentration meditation or the samatha meditation is very useful when you need to improve your mindfulness. Some people use the method of Buddhanussati meditation, where they look at a statue of the Buddha and keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of the Buddha. Some people also practice concentration meditation by looking at a human skeleton. People who have thoughts of lust benefit by doing the skeleton meditation because it helps them to reduce the desire for the human body. All types of meditation have to be done in moderation. If you practice the skeleton meditation and if you begin to develop an aversion, a hate towards the human body, that too will create another extremity or a duality. Everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. So we all worship Aran Mahasi at his feet for this guidance that he's doing. And we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion today. And if I just briefly summarize what was read, we were talking about this concentration meditation. Actually, concentration meditation is not confined to Buddhism. It's there in many religions. It's mainly the Hinduism, and that is partly, I think, it had an influence for Buddhism also, because that has been in practice for many thousands of years. So in concentration meditation, what is tried is just to bring the attention to one event or one point. As you know, the behavior of this mind, or the behavior that the how the thoughts are happening, how the thoughts are formed, is such that it's a very fast moving flow, and it's not easy to bring the attention to one point and keep it at that point. So it's a kind of uh, restraining or trying to tame the mind. So the things that were practiced were listed, I mean, just briefly mentioned in the reading. One common thing is the breath, uh, where the flow of air is touched, the concentration is kept at that point. That is one of the well-known concentration meditations. And also, some people used to concentrate on something drawn, a circle with a dot in the middle. That was another. It's mainly from the Hindu practices. So you are concentrating, you continue to look at that circle and then concentrate on that. So that is one of the methods. Also, it mentioned about looking at a Buddha statue. It's called Buddhanusati Bhavana in Sinhala, where you look at the statue and try to uh, remember the qualities of the Lord Buddha. So that is one another way. And the other one mentioned in the book was this looking at a skeleton. And it's good for a person who has some attachment to a physical body. Uh, so when you try to focus on the skeleton, you realize that even though the body is covered with the muscles and the skin, and then looking very attractive from outside, underneath that is that skeleton, which uh, might bring a kind of horrific feel to somebody, or another person might feel straight away some aversion to that. So those are different methods of being mindful to one point. But this thing called mindfulness actually is not limited to uh, Buddhism, or not limited to a religion. It's practiced even by groups who are not following any specific religion, but it helps in all these methods. Actually, it helps to calm down the mind which is agitated. So now we know that any of them should not be, should not be practiced to the extreme end. It has to be in moderation, because it helps to calm down the mind. As I said, it's like uh, taming a wild animal, and you tie it up to a pole, and then right at the beginning the animal will be angry and try to break away from the point, and then finally when the mind realizes that it cannot sort of uh, run away, it will calm down. So this is a simple example, that a simple metaphor that I can show you. So what happens is the mind will be trained to focus on one point. So this has to be balanced, as we read in the book, as we all know, because going to that extreme end is also not going to help. Because as long as you are in that meditation, as long as you are concentrating on that point, you feel very much relaxed and very light and sort of kind of happy. And the moment your attention is away and moment you stop the meditation, uh, usually the mind will start going stray as it has been doing. So that is why, I mean, going into one extreme end of this meditation is not going to help. What has to be done is actually to have a balance between the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. Insight meditation is something like you let the uh, animal, or we can even say a toddler who is trying to sort of explore various things, pull things, push the things, and drag the things, trying, I mean, various kind of experimenting. So you can allow that to happen, but be an observer of that. So that is the basic explanation of insight meditation. So those are the things that we read so far today. Uh, we will start our discussion. Maybe if there are any questions, we can start with those. I will ask Dr. Kokila and Surangika and Joel to start the discussion. Theruwan Saranai.
Yeah, we can start the discussion. We worship Paran and say with so much gratitude, and we do these Zoom discussions according to his guidance. And do you have any questions? Anyone can start the discussion also, doesn't matter. Anything specific, Sakuntala?
We can start a simple topic, something which Joel also might be able to follow. Something simpler.
Yeah, okay.
Joel, do you have any preferences, anything to discuss?
Yeah, but I was thinking, how can I relate this to the reading?
It's okay. It's okay.
When I think about this, when I said about this mind and the five senses, we get it through the five senses, and there's a perception called, or we name it or label it as body or something. Okay. So same thing is told in my religion as well. As to they say, don't worry about tomorrow because tomorrow has its own burden. So I just compare and see how it goes. Is it good to compare or is it bad to compare?
Oh, good question, actually. It's a very good question. So the truth has nothing, because religions have so much of things. Actually, the Buddhism nowadays has gone to so much action based karma pala. I don't know whether you even know about that, but it is really based on action and effect. But actual Lord Buddha's teaching was nothing like that. It was actually about the truth, about all the senses, how it works, how you feel alive, how you feel the self, how this self perception is another just a perception which has the same mechanism of all the other perceptions. It's just a perception. This is being even proven if you read a scientific article, which is very neuroscientific articles, or people who look through the science, who is trying to understand. Even they have started to understand that the quantum, the effect of life, how life is not actually the mind or the body, and then they are searching what it is, and they are actually understanding that it's just a kind of a power which we haven't thought about, or we haven't researched enough about. But Lord Buddha has always told you can't really research about it from outside. You have to research about it inside. So the research about what happens here is, I would say, the most scientific thing ever I have heard. Because I had that question every day. I had so many questions, actually. I had so many questions about this action, or the karma, or belief that if you do this, you get this, kind of that. But how it relates everywhere, you know that bad things will bring bad, good things will bring good. But is that all? How is it? How is it? What is life? Why there is a manifestation like here, like this, and why my friend's manifestation is different? Why someone in UK's manifestation is different? How there are differences in manifestation? How there are differences in the observations? How they are having different experiences? How these people, or even animals, or even a cellular organism, how do they have this alive feel? And what is it? And how is it? And how is it? Is it kind of continuous thing, or is it kind of something which arises at, with the stimulus? So there are so many questions. So I would say I entered Dhamma from a kind of scientific thinking, not really through any religion aspect, actually. So I never had that issue, because I just researched, and I still do that. How people look at these things, how people get the views, how people get the strong connections, how people, some people will not get the strong connections, how everything and foremost. But the most magical thing here is how you feel alive. And how does that happen? Why does it bring so much suffering? And is there a possibility of life without suffering? And so the comparison is okay. We compare. So just imagine, when I say about the comparison, I did the comparison too, because I compare it with the science, not with any religion aspect. So that's why I value Aranwanse's sermons, because if he understands the person listening is into the science, he will definitely go according to that line. He will not talk to me in a way that he talks to a village mother, because my thinking pattern is so complicated because of what we have learned, and we have so much data, and the village mother doesn't have that much data, so then she doesn't need anything like that. She just need to be said it just simply, that whatever you're thinking is, it's just a mind. and whatever you feel is just your body, the perceptions, or just the sensory organs. That's all you have to say. To a simple person, that is enough. So to people like, specifically like me, who has so much data, the comparison will immediately happen. So if Aryan says, is the light true? I'll be putting that in this system and compare it with data and try and find out what is he telling. But I never had the doubt that about Lord Buddha's the mission can't be this simple, going to a temple and worship and just say, may Triple Gem bless you, and may I attend Nibbana one day. I had a strong notion that it can't be simple like that, just expecting things to happen, just worshipping things, just like you definitely feel like going beyond that. I've already had the idea that lots of beautiful people who have talked about any kind of liberation, they had some kind of vision. Yes, but the most scientific aspect of everything is, I looked at it in that way, means it is a comparison. So there's no problem in comparison. It's just that, just the way your mind works. It's just the way your mind works. It's just the way how the data is analyzed in the system. It's how the mind system work, mind sensor works. Because as soon as you put the data, it will, just like in the you ask something in ChatGPT and how it gives, and how Google in that sense, whatever, how it automatically finds something from here and something from there and try to give like a collective answer like that. But non-self or no-self angle is not discussed anywhere, not discussed at all anywhere. It may be hidden, it may be a subtle message somewhere, but it is not openly discussed in any other forum. And understanding this that this life, actually what we feel here is a current, and that is also not there when the stimulus is not taken as a thing. You can't, because each and every time we telepathize into that, and this synchronization happens, and because this happens so fast, we feel like this film is active and happening now. So from the moment you get up until the moment you sleep, the whole film is like working. It's like as if you are inside the dream. How this works, that is the research. What do you think, Joel? So basically comparison is okay, but this is how the data is processed anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor, for your answer. Can I ask another question as well?
Yeah.
It was read about this skeleton meditation to retrieve from lust. Am I correct?
Yeah, I have heard about it.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I'm just saying there's a couple who are married, and if one person does the skeleton meditation and just goes off from the other partner, how does this work? Or if a person is not
never talk about these concentration meditations. He doesn't put effort at all to concentration meditation. If the mother even start talking about that, he would discourage them mainly because this science is not there. You know what I mean? Science is not there. Then the skeleton is true to you. What's the big deal about that? You just change the perception. So you look at your wife and you just have a perception of a skeleton. That's not Lord Buddha's truth. You know, the truth is different. Truth is about all the perception. It's just a perception, whatever it is, it's fine. Just understanding how the perception works is just understanding the truth, understanding how this works. And you just don't burn. You are happy for her. You are happy for the partner. You will do everything for that partner. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just your burning is not there. Because you know the dream is not true, but the dream is there. So your burning is going to get zero slowly. It doesn't happen miraculously at one go, but it will start to get zero. But no, in Aran Hanse's explanations, with his guidance, we never talk about changing perceptions or shifting perceptions. Oh, it's nothing like that, actually. When we understand that everything out there is a perception, that just that. Even the skeleton is a perception. Do you get the point, Joel?
Excuse me, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Actually, those concentration meditations have been in practice in India for many thousands of years. So this is also one of them. And when at the time that the Lord Buddha started, preaching this Buddhism, these were in very solid level. The people were practicing in a very strong way. So there were different groups. They all said that they are trying to find truth. So they were using these various kinds of meditations to find out whether they can reach that goal. So what happened was, Lord Buddha didn't want to sort of straight away cut off those things and then give completely a new concept to the people. What he did was, he didn't sort of reject or straightforward refuse them, but he tried to use some of them so that these people will have a change. These people will understand that concentration meditation alone is not the path to find the truth. So this meditation is one of them. Actually, they have been used even in Sri Lankan monasteries, the jungle type of places where the priests are mainly doing meditation. So they have been using these skeletons to keep their sort of emotions and keep their feelings into the very low level where they will be able to concentrate on what they want to do. So actually this meditation by looking at a skeleton is not something straightforward from Buddhism. It was something from the Hindus, and then also there were these different sort of uh, groups, saying some were called Niganta, some were called Brahma. So there were so many faculties like that. So they were following this. So what happened was Lord Buddha was more tactful because he didn't want to refuse those things, because he knew that people were looking for the comfort. They were trying to get rid of the sorrow by using all sorts of meditations. So that is how it came here, because it was mentioned in the book. I just briefed on that. So it's not something that you should practice, on a person who is living with you in the house or your family. So I don't know whether the way I explained gave a sort of wrong impression, Joel. Okay, there was a night.
Yeah, thank you for adding that, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, true. So this studying about truth, or researching about truth, or understanding how we suffer, or what is this power behind, or what is this suffering stemming from, is is the research we do, and in that research your power will start to get so low that you will be so feeling so good. That's how it is, and you will not be even going towards even that feeling good sensation, because you know that it is kind of temporary too, and you know it is there until your respiration is there. You feel the mind sensor, you feel the body sensor, you feel the eye, you feel the hearing. That's all, So it's okay. Anything is okay. Everything is okay. So is that uh, a sufficient answer, George?
Yeah, thank you, doctors. Thank you.
Yeah. So even in Sri Lanka, there's so many concentration meditation practices. So it's okay. I mean, if someone is very happy to do that, that's fine. But if they're thinking it is leading to Nibbana, and Nibbana is directly through the research, directly through the understanding of how this suffering works, how this life will comes, and why we think it is kind of a person here, and that self-thought, how it intensifies you to even kill someone or harm someone or do anything in that sense, or crave for something which will lead to everything. So the understanding the truth is the most important thing. So without understanding the truth, whatever the meditative state is okay, it is good for good. I mean, we can't say it's bad, it's good, but it's not going to last forever because it's conditional. Anything else, Surangika? Can you add something?
Yeah, Theruvan Sanan, on my friends. Yeah, I mean, I think like Dr. Sakuntala said, this concentration meditation has been around for a long, long time. And the Buddha didn't want to go completely contrary to society, because there was a way he was diplomatically trying to almost corral them towards a way of thinking, because he realized that all these various types of concentration meditation was only just touching the surface, scratching the surface really. And that was what he himself discovered after a 6-year long search, that all these various rituals and different types of meditation was only going to a particular point, but not really addressing the core issue of this whole existence. And because if there is existence, there is suffering. And whilst everybody knew there is suffering, they couldn't really put their finger on the truth, the source of the suffering, which was why there were quite a lot of intellectual people at that age as well. But it's just that they just couldn't get at the truth. So what the Buddha realized was that this existence came from this sense, the alive feel, or this whole undercurrent. The sense of feeling alive is coming from this sense of existence and this self-perception. So that was what, with great research into the mind, that was discovered by him long, long years ago. But coming back to these different types of meditation, just like the skeleton meditation, you actually have, somebody said that, some monasteries even have skeletons in the temple, so that they use that for meditation when people come for retreats. But another thing that is there even in the sutra is you divide or you categorize the human body into 32 body parts. Kind of, divide it up into blood, liver, skin, nails, hair, and so on. into 32 body parts, and in each of those body parts you examine whether the I is there, whether the self is there, and to an extent that is effective, to an extent, because in the common notion is that most of the people say, I have a body, so I'm here, this is my body, this is me, this is the physical me. So some are still fixated on that. So to that extent, to kind of transcend that aspect of it, breaking down the body, the human parts into 32 or whatever, and then saying, is the blood me? If you take the blood, so you kind of mentally do this thing. You can sit in one position and you take this, you imagine the skin is taken out, you imagine the blood is taken out of the system, and it's lying in a pool in front of you. So is that blood me? Is the skin and the nails, if it is taken out, is that me? So like that you can reflect. And to that extent, one can then gradually realize that these things are just the human body is just an aggregate of all these various body parts. But does that finally get you to the truth? Not really, because then you know that you kind of get a realization that the I is not here, but then that doesn't make the sense of feeling alive, the suffering, the I sense that you get when something doesn't work the way you want. That burning is still present. That burning hasn't gone away just because you dissected the human body. So ultimately, all these things were done gradually, almost like incrementally, by the Buddha to finally say that the core or the crux is in understanding the mind. And that is why you have heard, I think, Aryan Mahansa also saying, the body is not me, and the mind is not me, and then who am I? That is the core teaching and the core two questions that he asks anyone who is new to this truth, new to understanding the truth. I mean, you answer those two questions, you become speechless. There's absolutely no answer to give. So that is the core truth that is trying to be taught in these sessions, because you can do it on your own as well and understand, is this leg mine, is this hand mine, and all these kind of things. If you take a general anesthesia and you don't feel any of the body sensations, then what happens? So isn't that just a function of a sense of faculty? It's the same with the eyes, same with the ears and the nose and the tongue. So whatever that we experience, isn't that just the experience through a perception, as Dr. Kokila said, arising out of the sense faculties? If that's the case, where did this so-called I, notion of I come from, the notion of self come from? So this is the great examination, this is the great truth, the search for it in this so-called mind. Yeah, Dr. Kokila, so it's amazing, isn't it? All this concentration, meditation is just a halfway house to finding the truth, which is why Aryan Mahansa doesn't recommend going down those paths. You can go and you can get stuck halfway, and then you might spend 20-30 years just doing that meditation, because there is a certain sense of calmness, some tranquility that you can gain out of it. There is no denying it. You can. But is that the end? Or are you just, just kind of languishing in a spot when when the burning is still there and the suffering is there? And if one is really curious, if one really wants to get to the core of eradicating the suffering, then one must be brave enough, courageous enough to say, I know I'm feeling very calm and tranquil, and that meditation is like really giving me a good feeling, but hang on, like, I still have these cravings. I don't like that person, or if somebody says something to me, I'm getting this burning sensation. I'm never satisfied, or something or the other. So why is this? Is the meditation not working in that case? So one needs to be able to be brave, be able to be frank and honest, and see that is that working, or is that then not the truth? So that search and the honesty and the frankness of one's own search for the truth, I think, is very important. Yes, Dr. Gopilan.
Yeah, it's very beautiful to understand the whole thing. Understand, and I would say it is very good to know the truth, isn't it? It's we talk about human rights. I think the biggest human right is to understand how this system works. But that is not a concern to many. Only few people might think about that. Or someone will get dragged to this understanding just because the burning is so much that person feels so restless, so difficult to live, and they might seek some solace, some kind of happiness. So they might come for temporary happiness, but if they get into this understanding, they know it is going to be permanent. It is going to be permanent because you understand that there is no self. You understand as well as one day you will feel it. That's the most important aspect of it. So the beautiful truth. So the Aran has actually talked about all these aspects here. He has so much, some discussions before that. He has done so much just sermons. Then he started over the phone. People were asking questions, and he put them to the YouTube as well. So that's how this whole thing has started. So I just heard one day that he was talking about that how there is no self, and that's why I asked few questions in the first place. It just I wanted to know how he is telling that, because out of the interest, like so that is how the interest began. And of course, you will compare with whatever the knowledge you have, and you will keep questioning him until you get kind of matching answer. But then it's I mean we still keep understanding how deep this is going to be, even if you understand Dhamma, and even if you feel it also randomly, if you haven't become like that completely, there's always a small gap. You know the gap, but still the noble friend's influence is there all the time. Yeah, I think we have much time actually. So, what are the other things we can talk about? Joel, do you have any other question?
The other question is like in Buddhism they talk about rebirth, right? After death.
If you are in the action and course, yes. If you are in this no self dhamma, that is what is. So it is different, like yes, they talk about that. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. So why didn't Buddha be reborn?
Buddha?
Yeah. Why didn't he have a
No,
rebirth?
because there is no self vibration. So that's the thing you understand. So imagine a person is dying. What is dying? Dying means the system stops. So why there is some power left is the question. Why a child is born again, born and is telling about the past birth, and they match exactly how he hit the train and how and actually when you go back to that place there was that person and exact same thing which a child can't imagine. Child can't imagine, child can't read, child can't listen to radio, but he's talking about something which happened years ago. How come that happened? There are so many researchers in the world, also in European countries, in abroad also. There's so many researches happening about this near-death experiences and the rebirth, and there's always a thing that people directly can't tell because they can't sort of get it. The thing here is, if you are in, if the body system shuts down and everything should shut down, isn't it? Then why not? Is the problem. Then there's additional power there. That additional power of the last thought, it is synchronizing to another zygote. So how does that happen? How come that happens? It can be human, it can be any animal, it can be anything. So this is what the research included. This is what the research went on and on. And yes, rebirth is there if there is if the vibration is there, rebirth is there 100%. But if the vibration here is not there and you completely understand this Dhamma and your vibration dies, in the sense gets zero, your system will stop. Yeah, that's it. Can Surangika also add something to that? As a
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think the say vibration dwell there. What it's meant is I think Dr. Kokila explained about the stimulus. So the vibration is basically as long as there is a belief that there is an external world, which is basically almost the entirety of mundane society, the conventional world, the society that we live in, right? Everyone virtually believes that, there is an external world, there are objects, persons, things, and then there is me here experiencing all this, witnessing all this. I have a family, there is a world, there are countries, there's wars being fought in various parts of the world. There's Sri Lanka and all these kind of things. So when all
the
these,
kind of duality, isn't it?
yeah,
The
the duality is
subject-object
there.
thing.
So all this is stimuli. These are the things that are constantly passing through the mind in the form of perceptions, which we have now talked extensively, and you have a good understanding of. These stimuli or the perceptions are the things that are considered to be real. No one thinks about them as perceptions. The word perception in the English language is a very, very superficial way. I mean, you kind of talk about perception means I perceive someone to be like this, meaning it's your way of perspective of looking at things, type of, that kind of interpretation is given to the word perception in the, general English language. But in the sense of explaining the truth, perception itself is the stimuli, the sanya. If we talk about it in Sinhalese, it's the sanya, which is arising only out of these light sensor, the ear, the sound sensor, and then touch, taste, and smell coming together is the stimuli, which is then transforming into what we call a mind object, otherwise known as a thought. So it is this, and those are also just, there's nothing in it. I think a few days ago or a week ago, we spoke about the apple. And then, when there is no apple in sight, if someone calls you when you're on the road and your mother calls you and says, well, can you bring some apples when you are coming back when you're passing the supermarket? All she said was apple on the phone, and yet in a flash, you got the picture of the apple, the taste of the apple, what apples you're going to buy, which one you like most. All that came into play in the mind, right? So how did the green appear in the mind? How did the taste of the apple appear? How did you even get the sensation of the taste of the apple? So then wasn't all that perceptions? Right? There is the taste that you thought you had when you when you bit into the apple. Was it actually from the apple, or was that a perception of a taste? So was there a taste even in the perception? We're not going to go into detail again. I think you may recall that discussion some time ago. So these are all that are being experienced are perceptions, and there is actually nothing. It is the greatest of all illusions. And that is the magic that is being unraveled here in this beautiful true Dhamma. And what Dr. Kokila said about the vibration, Joel, is that as long as one thinks that at least one, there are millions and billions of stimuli that is being associated through this mind formation as a human being or any living being lives. As long as there is breath in the body, the association is only with perceptions, aka stimuli, and all that is arising out of a vibration. And if even a single stimuli is believed to be true and it exists, and then because of that the I exists on this side, the sense of existence is there and the sense of alive feel is there, the self-perception is there, and if the self-perception is there, the self-vibration is definitely there. And that is what Dr. Kokila says. When the last breath is gone, that vibration is the one that will synchronize to another vibration of the same frequency. Now, that example that she gave of a child who will recollect a past accident from another birth, maybe Dr. Sakuntala can elaborate on that as well, because don't get the misunderstanding that this is the same person moving from birth to birth. Now, the Hindus have also another notion or concept where they say that it is the same consciousness that is moving from birth to birth. Now, that is not what the Buddha said as part of this whole truth. It is that vibration. You can't say that person, or it's not a person. It's the vibration, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Maybe that can be explained a little further, because otherwise we might give the impression that it's a person moving from birth to birth.
Yeah, actually, yes, but in small words, actually, I think just understanding truth, simply understanding truth is much better. I think when we understand this truth, we don't have to change. We don't have to change. You go to church, you go to do things, just keep doing that. If your burning goes down, you will be doing the things in the church beautifully. You will go and ring the bell, or whatever the things that you do. You do the chanting, you do the chanting. Just imagine a traditional Buddhist, what they do the similar things. So just keep doing them. That's not a big issue. If you are a person who goes to a temple once a month, just go. It's fine. If you are a person who goes to a church, you go to the church. If you're a person who goes nowhere, yeah, okay, don't go anywhere. It's fine. Imagine a person that nowadays there's all a kind of all the kids in the sense literally these English speaking countries, all the kids, most of them, they don't specifically believe in anything. They just don't. They just do things according to their parents. That's fine. Imagine someone is a Hindu. Yeah, they just keep doing the traditional paths that they go to the Kovil and they do the, you know, the. So I have gone to churches. I have gone to Kovils. I have gone to kind of everywhere where their rituals are so beautiful. So the that is not the problem here. Problem is how we understand how this burning comes. Burning comes because the stimuli is taken for granted or taken as real. And if we understand the perception, whether whatever the perception, it doesn't matter whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a bird, whether it's whatever, it doesn't matter. So Joel, the basic message is actually just flow with your life. Just flow with your life, whatever the flow. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter. Keep doing whatever you're doing. You do daily ritual, whatever daily ritual, there should be a daily pattern of things, and the pattern is going to continue even if you understand Dhamma. The pattern is not going to change. The burning is going to die down. Did you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, like go with the flow, life flow,
Yeah.
but your vibrations and your burnings will just calm down as it is.
And one day it will come to zero. That's the most important aspect of it. But you don't have to predict about that. You don't have to look for it. You just keep understanding that whatever the system is, this human system has a system. If you go into scientific part of it, you know that it has a system, the sensory system. You feel, you see, you hear, you think. That's all you do. So whatever the activities, they are just the outcome of that system. Whatever the words you talk is the outcome of that system. So you keep understanding this system. It's a system. It's fine. So whatever the activities you do, it doesn't matter. You go to the church and pray. It's so beautiful. You the beautiful. They do so much beautiful lightings, and yeah, if you go to a different cultural weddings, you can understand so much about their cultures. So there's no problem there. Buddhism anyway has no place in telling that the other religions are wrong or other religions are right. The actual Buddhist philosophy has nothing to do with that. Actual Buddhist philosophy is about truth. That's all. And if you know that, and if your burning is coming down, that's what it matters. You will be the human being who has least suffering inside you, and you might start to feel everybody else is suffering, and you will help them whatever the way you can help. You will love them without yourself. You would look after them whatever the way you can. It's just the flow of life. So the pattern of life is just part of this dream. It's fine. Nothing to be upset about and change it. Even Aran Vanse has never. I mean, we have had so many people calling him from different parts of the world. Their life patterns are still the same. He hasn't asked anyone to change their life pattern. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, not one single time. But if they go towards concentration meditation, he might say that's not necessary to get rid of the suffering. But even that, you're not going to put a boundary or barrier, because you can't really give truth to someone by force, can you? You can't. Just can't. Can you like say, can I say to my son, you listen to this truth, otherwise you will be expelled or something like that? No, they will be like, they will never even look at that. The main important thing is whether your suffering is less, or whether your burning is less, or whether it's going forward and getting much better every day, not concentrating on anything, not purposefully doing it, just by understanding how the system works. Anything, any question, Joel?
No, Doc, thanks.
Yeah, I think Sakuntala and Suranka also will agree. I mean,
Yeah, actually, as you explained, actually, we do not have hard and fast rules in Buddhism, because Buddhism is not considered as a religion. It's a kind of philosophy where any person from any background can explore. Because Lord Buddha has said that come and see. Don't believe because I am saying this. Do not sort of uh, be just a follower and believe what I'm saying, but come and see. So that was one of the main things in this Buddhist teaching. So as Kokila said, I mean, any person can follow whatever the traditional and whatever the religious things that the person has been doing, and there are no restrictions, because now there are enough people who are married to a person from the different religion, and as long as there is respect to each other, there won't be any clashes, and it will sort of move forward very smoothly. So similarly, you can just listen to our discussions. If there are any questions, you can always bring up, particularly if you have anything against to what you have uh, heard from your teachings. You can always bring up that point and we can discuss. We can sort of find out what is the truth and how you can balance it. So, and also if there may be certain things which are too deep for you, because we have been listening to these for years and years, so we can grasp the things, and we have a very basic knowledge on Pali terms also, very basic, I would say. So therefore, the grasping ability may not be as good for us. So just take up the things which are
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow, Buddothpada.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever aglow, Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow, Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go,
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Thiruvan Saranai Yaren Wahanse. May I pay homage at your feet. Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. We know that Lord Buddha has preached a Sandittika, Akalika, Ehipasika Dhamma, timeless, non-soul Dhamma. Why do we call it timeless Dhamma? So to talk about time, there should be a past, future, and a present, isn't it? Something relative. But if we talk about something which happened in the past, we talk about it in this moment. And also if we think about something we are going to do in the future, it is also in this moment, isn't it? And also to talk about the past and the future, there should be a thing, isn't it? Say we talk about Lord Buddha, There was Lord Buddha 2500 years ago, but still we talk about it at this moment. And also if we talk about a Buddha in future, it is also a thought in this moment, isn't it? And we know that there is nothing in this moment either. So we can't talk about a future, past, or a present moment. So likewise, unless there is a thing, we can't talk about a past, future, or a present moment. So this, everything you see, everything you hear, everything you smell or taste, feel or think are a vibration. And our noble friend Buddothpada explains the base of the vibration is the non-vibration. So likewise, if there is a thing, there is a past, future, and a present. So this including me as well. Me also a vibration. So if we talk about this light and sound also is a creation due to this speedy vibration. So likewise, the light, sound, smell, taste, feel, and thoughts all are creations due to this speedy vibrations. Even the alive feeling, the feeling that everything is existing, including myself, is also a creation due to this speedy vibrations. So this is what you call skandha. In Pali, we call it skandha. Anything which creates due to speed is not real. So this is the illusion. So the wrong view, or the view in the mundane world, we take this illusion as real, isn't it? So we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma. So Lord Buddha said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. That is the cause and effect Dhamma, isn't it? How the mind is created and how the suffering is created due to that. But one can see this only with insight meditation, not with concentration meditation. We have to know that. So if one wants to get rid of this suffering, what they have to do is to see this cause and effect Dhamma. So our noble friend Buddothpada explains that our whole life story is in this one vibration, which can be seen only with wisdom. This is the timeless truth. So this timeless truth is to be directly experienced here and now, in this very moment. So every moment is a process of cause and effect conditions. So if you listen to Buddothpada sermons, it will guide you to see this truth. In other words, it will guide you to see the thought as it truly is. That is only a vibration. And it will help you to realize that there is nothing but a system is working, only a process. So what you have to understand is that this is something you have to find within yourself, not from the outside. We know that Lord Buddha has said to Rohitasa, don't search the world from outside. Instead, see it within yourself, isn't it? We all know that story. See through your own experiences. Chittena niyati loko. The world is created in your mind through the stimulus you get from your five senses, isn't it? So the self or soul also created in the same way. We think there is a soul. All are vibrations. Why this cause and effect Dhamma is very important? Because it is our life story. It is our circle of birth. It shows how this mind is created from moment to moment, and how the suffering creates if we take it as real. And if someone contemplate on this, they will see that there is actually no self. So this timeless truth, which Lord Buddha has revealed 2500 years ago, is rediscovered by our noble friend Buddothpada Mahasa through Dhamma Abhijna. So what is true Dhamma? What we see as reality is an illusion. Due to our ignorance, we take it as real, isn't it? So today, even modern science, through quantum theories, artificial intelligence, string theory, so they are trying to discover this, isn't it? But what happens? They are in the illusion. So within the illusion, there's no way of finding the pure truth. So they can't explain how this soul is created, how this existent field is created, isn't it? Who is a noble friend? A noble friend is the one who has gone through this path, in the practical path, and explains it to the world. And he is giving the true message, how to get rid of this samsaric circle. So when we talk about the practical path, it is very important to clear all the doubts, all the wrong visions and misconceptions. So the only path to Nibbana is through insight meditation, not with concentration meditation. So Lord Buddha has explained, Ekayano Maggo, there's only one way to Nibbana, to see the truth in the thought. So as we said, the insight meditation is the only path to Nibbana. So unlike in concentration meditation, we have to mostly we do in seated position. In insight meditation can be done regardless of any position. So it could be either walking, sitting, standing, or lying down. Those positions we can do the insight meditation. So once you start doing insight meditation, the concentration meditation automatically happens. So as we said, the Satya Jnana or the true Dhamma part is very important in this path, in the practical path. First you have to identify the senses and how does the senses work, how the stimulus arises from each of the senses, and how other thoughts are created. And once you practice this, you will automatically see that there is no self, but a system is working. So one has to make an effort to contemplate on these. So once you are experiencing this part, so contemplation happens naturally. You don't have to think about. Buddothpada highlights that Yathabhuta Jnana and Yoniso Manasikara, which means the wisdom of truth and wisdom of action, it will take you to Nibbana. You have to see the truth of one thought, how it is created with colors and sound. So when the understanding deepens, the attagame or the abandonment of the thought will naturally happens. So the one who is practicing it will feel as it is the internal transformation, because they don't get attached or disattached to a thought. And also they will feel that the defilements, the ill will, hatred, jealousy, desires are gradually dissolving, which means the self also dissolves. So whatever the stimulus come from any of the senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body or mind, or Sabbha Sankara, all the volitional formations is none other than me. So someone with wisdom will know absolutely when a thought becomes a thing, and he will be aware of it, which means he will identify the fire within. This could come in many ways, either anger, sadness, happiness, jealousy, hatred, in any way. Though we have given many names, it is a feel. Actually a sensation within. If someone actually identifies this, it is he has wisdom. So this awareness and the feel that the defilements are fading, it goes like a parallel railway lines, which means one is aware when the defilements are happening, and also he is aware when there are no defilements towards that same thought. So at the same time, the self is also dissolving. So if, say, one is not aware of this, so this could be there could be a strong self. Though the defilements are fading, a strong self could be left behind. So we have to be aware of that also. So likewise, the mind is such a cheater actually, that it might say, now you are doing well. You don't have defilements as previously. So it's like the mind, it is playing hide and seek, isn't it? Just like the bad me who had defilements such as ill will, hatred, jealousy. Now what happened? Now I am not bad, but the good me is there. So what I wanted to highlight is that when in this path, we have to be very, very careful, because this mind illusion, always mind is an illusion, so it cheats. So Aranvahasa explains, if there is a hole in a bucket, the water in the bucket will go out, but the water level will be the same, isn't it? Likewise, when we talk about attachments and disattachments, so we can't say, now I am not attached to that, but I don't like this one. Which means all the defilements, it will go down or dissolve in the same speed. Actually, there is no separate defilements or separate me. All are the same. So if we compare these defilements to Mount Himalaya, the one who has eradicated wrong vision or mithya drishti, the remaining path is as small as pebbles. In other words, one has to eradicate self-view or the sakkaya drishti to enter to the noble path. The example Lord Buddha has given, if a tree is bent to the stream, it will obviously fall into the stream. Likewise, who has entered the path, who has eradicated self-view or sakkaya drishti, will obviously complete the Nibbana path, the path to solace. Buddothpada Aranvahasa has given a proper and clear guidance in this path by giving 4 points of contemplation. So one can visit we have many Metmal monasteries. and practice and also experience the peace within. It is not just concentration or walking meditation. It is the real practical path to Nibbana. One can experience then and there. We can say that it is the path one loses oneself. If someone searches for Nibbana, just like we did for a long time, this searching happens from the mind, isn't it? So we were also told Nibbana is in that book, this book, that monk is preaching Satipatthana. Then another place, another one is preaching Abhidhamma. We thought we can find Nibbana there. So we went all around, but couldn't find a practical path to Nibbana. All are reading books, and it is knowledge. So we never knew that Nibbana is something you can't search for because it is within you. As long as you search, there is a me who is searching. So we never knew it was always within us. Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho nibbano, Chittena niyati loko. So if we didn't stop here and listen to Buddothpada sermons, we will be still running about. So Lord Buddha has also said to Angulimala, Angulimala, I have stopped. You also stop and see. So this is a timeless, non-soul, sandittika, ehipassika, dhamma. So this Satyajnana part is very important to see that the world is actually created by our own senses. And the world we think out there is actually not there. It is all in our mind, all our thoughts. So we know that there is nothing in a mirror, isn't it? So we don't go behind the mirror and see if there is someone behind. So likewise, the world we see is same. So actually, nobody has to tell us that there is nothing in the mirror. We feel it, isn't it? Likewise, the feel that the outside world is not real, it is also the same. This one has to contemplate. Here the noble friend's message is very important. So the noble friend, as we said, is the one who has gone through this practical path and himself experiencing this Dhamma. So in the mundane world, what happens? In the mundane world, we take what we see, hear, smell, taste, feel and think are real. So in this mundane world, we live in our own comfortable zones, doing jobs, building houses, talking about wars, thinking what will happen to the war, how to get good education, how to earn more money. So likewise, we have billions things planned, isn't it? Future plans, sometimes past thoughts, sometimes happy thoughts, sad, crying. So what I wanted to say is that almost all are in this mundane world, where there is a birth and a death. And in between, lots of things are happening. One can get sick. Sometimes one has to undergo surgeries. Babies are born. Someone would die. So on and so on. But a noble friend comes along and says, look here, you all are cheated by your mind. The external world you see, hear, smell, taste, feel and think is actually not real. It is like the image in the mirror. It is like the image you see in a water puddle. But no one is listening. They go on their usual mundane world, the comfort zone, dancing, singing, enjoying, laughing, doing good deeds, worshipping, praying, going on trips, going on pilgrimages, not listening to the noble friend. The noble friend is trying to say something, wants to give a message. But he repeatedly says, look here, humans, this world you think it is real is an illusion. And then some people stop and listen, because they have gone through enough suffering in life. So they feel that they can't take it anymore. They are fed up with life. So they are the ones who stop. They stop and listen. But at first, some don't understand. Some try to understand. But some people, they just let it go. Some say they don't have time. Some say they don't do bad deeds, so they don't have to listen. Likewise, this goes on. Lord Buddha said, taking some soil into the fingernail. Only this much of people will understand this Dhamma, isn't it? Very small amount. So who realizes this is the pure truth? There is no point on going on and on in this samsaric circle. We'll get into the small nail, just like Patachara, Kisa Gotami, Sunitha, Sopaka, Kukutumitta, and Kujuttara. Why? Because they have undergone suffering. They have undergone dukkha. They have felt suffering, isn't it? Nobody has to tell them this is suffering. They feel it. So, as soon as the noble friend gives the message, they know it is the truth, because they want a way out of suffering. So what happens? One by one, people start to listen. Day by day, they get experiences. How they are getting rid of suffering. So we can hear the stories of our life story. It is actually our story. We should know it, isn't it? So we should all listen to these stories. We should know our own life story. Story of how the radiant mind, pure, without defilements, how it is now full of defilements, as to start wars in between countries, how this mind destroys innocent poor people, innocent animals, destroy countries, buildings, everything. But it was a radiant mind once, isn't it? So this story, we should know how this radiant mind got defilements. But actually, what we have to do here is to look at ourselves. How does our defilements comes out? How the suffering comes in? How to get rid of suffering? So Lord Buddha has said, Durlabam manusattam, Durlabam saddhamma savanam, which means to be born as a human is very rare, and also to hear the true Dhamma is also very rare. So this Ehipassika, Sandittika Dhamma, anyone can come and see. It is self-evident. Self-evident means that you feel it is within you. So our noble friend gives the example of the salt. So one can eat salt, but can't explain the feel of it, isn't it? Just like that. So what we have to understand is that the war outside, somebody will win, but the war within ourselves, the war within our mind, it is for us to win, isn't it? It is actually called the Mara Yuddha, to conquer the death. So what happens once you feel that the outside world is not real? Which means whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you smell, whatever you taste, whatever you feel, hot or cold, or whatever you think, is not in outside, but it is in your thoughts. Once you realize this, the vitakka or the thought power becomes less and less. Actually, you slow down a bit. Slow down means you don't feel like running after things. Desires, hatred, ill will, those defilements starts to dissolve. This is the internal transformation. So anything can happen around you, but as previously, you don't feel sad much, you don't feel guilty, you do what you can. It is your duty. So one can do it without any attachments or disattachments. This is a feel. So usually we get attached to children, parents, house, jobs, money, gold, pets, and so on. But different people's attachments are different, isn't it? So as we know now, the world and you are not two different entities, isn't it? Which means when the defilements are getting diminished, it means that me also going down with that. So we have to know this. Otherwise, the me will be left behind. The good me, the better me. So this is very subtle. So if somebody is searching for Nibbana, there is also me. I am searching for Nibbana. So it is very important as a Buddhist to know what is this right vision, Samma Ditthiya. Without turning over to right vision, no one can attain Nibbana. So wrong vision is all the Mithya Drushti. So to come out of this wrong vision, which means all the worldly things, the things one does while taking the outside world as true, as real, and come to Samma Ditthiya or the right vision, one must definitely know the dependent origination Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has preached, which means how the mind is created and how the suffering is created due to that, when we take the thought as real. So what do we have to do to end this suffering? First, one has to be true to oneself, because only we know what are the defilements we have. Because someone might show outside that he is very good, very clean, very true, no defilements, but inside might have lots of defilements, isn't it? Jealousy, hatred, desires, ill will. But outside, one can't see that. So he must be observing still every poor day. He might be building temples, giving alms to monks, doing Katina Puja, offering 1,000 flowers to temples, but with all the defilements within him. So we know the story of Ekasataka from Lord Buddha's days. He had only one shawl, but he was very pure inside. So what's more, the one who does all the good deeds, good merits, taking the outside world is real. What happens? His thoughts are very powerful. His desires are more. His attachments are more. So he will do anything to keep his ego, the power of thoughts. So what is this power? What is this me? Who is me? If simply said, me is the charging power, the Aropana Balaya, which is created by the five senses, the mind power. So we'll see where is this me. Aran has always asked, who are you? Are you the mind? Are you the body? Isn't it? So we'll see whether this me is in the body. So if we take our childhood, since then we came across a lot of sicknesses, isn't it? Say from a simple cough and a cold to a heart attack, where one has to undergo a bypass surgery. So if there was a me, we could have prevented it, isn't it? So, for example, the COVID days, almost everyone got COVID. Some died. We could not prevent it. There was death everywhere, isn't it? Immaterial of religion, caste, nationality, country, anything. All were buried in the same grave, even without any religious rituals or cultural rituals. The fear of death was everywhere, isn't it? If you remember those days. So likewise, if we take a human body, inside there are a lot of systems, such as cardiovascular system, respiratory system, nervous system, endocrine system, urinary system, reproductive system, digestive system, and so on. Also lymphatic system, skeletal system, and many more. But they are not visible to outside. We think that they are functioning. So what I wanted to highlight is that these are systems. A system is working automatically. We usually don't know what is going on inside, isn't it? So is there any me anywhere? A body system. And anytime, any part of it can get sick. Can we prevent it? No, we can't. We even don't know about it. So we also have seen people who meet with an accident and been unconscious for a long period, isn't it? Sometimes they wake up. Sometimes they die unconsciously. And sometimes when they wake up, they don't remember. They don't remember what has happened. Can't even remember the name. Can't remember the family. Immediate family like wife, husband, children, or their names. Sometimes even the country they can't remember, the time. So they have to start learning again, isn't it? Just like a child. So how did the child learn things? With colors and sounds and shapes. Say he was found in another country which speaks a different language. So, and he can't remember his own name. So those people give him a new name. So say his name is Kamal, but the given name is, say, John. So who is Kamal and who is John? Where is me? Obviously, there is no me. So say me is in the mind. So now we know that like all the thoughts, me is also created by our senses, a concept which was given in the childhood. And also we know that thoughts are vibrations. There's nothing in a thought, no sound, no color, just a vibration. So there is no me there as well, isn't it? We have to actually contemplate on these things. But we have this feel that we are living, isn't it? I am living, I can feel it. Or we feel that there is a soul somewhere who is seeing, who is hearing, tasting, smelling, feeling, or thinking. So if you contemplate and see, is there a me in what you see? Is there a me in what you hear? Is there a me in what you smell? Is there a me in what you taste, feel, or think? There is no me there, isn't it? So, for example, you hear a crow sound. You hear a sound. You hear a sound only. But from where this crow came from? And the me who is attached to. So I hear a sound of a crow. That is a thought, isn't it? But you just heard a sound, which is a vibration in the ear sensor. Now, listening to Dhamma, we know that there is no me without you. Oben thora mamek nae. So, here the crow is none other than me. So, if this thought of the crow, becomes a thing to you. In other words, if the thought of the crow generated power to the thought, this charge in power is the soul. It is the feel. So you can see that it was created then and there. There is actually no me or soul, isn't it? So the power to the particular thought creates me then and there. So you have to contemplate on this. So if me is born in that particular vibration, obviously there is a death as well, because this story goes on only in one vibration. So you have to understand this one thought. From which sensor the stimulus comes? If there is no fire within, it is actually freedom from thoughts. But actually this is not easy, because we were going downstream for a long time. So we have to give an effort to turn into the upstream. But once you practice this, automatically, naturally, you will turn towards the upstream. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryanvasa explains, the dependent origination Dhamma, the Four Noble Truths, the 84,000 Dhamma sermons are all in one vibration, one moment. So these groundbreaking sermons, one can listen only in Buddothpada sermons. And not only that, one can experience only through this practical path, not from knowledge. So we know the stories of Queen Mallika and Emperor Asoka. So if you take Queen Mallika, she has given an unexceptional alms to Lord Buddha, but she could not end the samsara. Emperor Asoka, we know he has built 84,000 temples, but he also could not end the samsaric journey, isn't it? But if we take Patachara, Kisagotami, Kujuttara, Kukudumitta, Sunita, Sopaka, they have seen suffering, they have undergone suffering, but they have found peace in this Dhamma, freedom from thoughts. So they have seen that at this moment, this stimuli is not real. So for anyone, have to see that if they want to attain Nibbana, they have to see this one thought. So we have to understand that these are not only stories. Why Queen Mallika, who has given Asidisi Mahadana to Lord Buddha, and Emperor Asoka, who has built 84,000 temples, could not attain Nibbana and end the circle of birth and death, because they had the desire, the Bhava Tanha. What they did was a good deed, good merits, but with attachments, desires. which means more desires, more attachments, more the power to the thoughts. So it is a good lesson nowadays, isn't it? One can do lots of good merits, good deeds, but if the defilements are there, the desires, the hatred, the jealousy, if it is there, you can't end the samsaric journey. So, without being in the right vision or sammaditya, or without knowing the Four Noble Truths, no one can attain Nibbana. So, how much good deeds they do, how much temples they build, how much they offer flowers, the samsaric journey will continue. So it is time to think about your own story, isn't it? Think about your own journey. This journey, we have to go with the feel, not with the mind. Buddothpada sermons has answers to all your questions. Is there a birth? Is there a death? Who am I? Am I the mind? Am I in the body? What is hell? What is heaven? Four foundations of life, Four Noble Truths. Anything you can come and ask. So, as usual, we are very grateful to you, Buddothpada Vahanse, for giving this wonderful Dhamma to the world. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Vahanse, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
May Triple Chin bless you all. I will start the Swam sermon today. Welcome. We worship you, Aryan Vahanse. Thank you so much for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dharma friends, who are holding this 24/7 English Zoom PeoTV, Buddothpada PeoTV service.
And thank you, everyone who hold these Zoom sermons in the background. So, uh, yesterday, a mother was talking in the Zoom discussion, 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time. Mother was discussing how she was seeing a mango tree. And when I asked her what she can see in front of her, she quickly answered a mango tree. So, when we were discussing about that, actually didn't discuss the whole thing, fully thing. So, actually, why you feel that there is a you is actually because the mango tree has become a thing. Otherwise, if mango tree is not a thing, you the feel that you are there is not there. That is the basic Dhamma. If a mango tree is not felt as a thing, the feel that you are there would be gone. This is the experiment we are doing as well. What is the experiment? Whether this alive feel is a permanent thing or actually a creation. To understand that, we have to actually understand the mango tree. Is mango tree real? If the mango tree is real in any way, whether it's in the sensual level or the form level or the non-form level, if the mango tree is true, still you are there in any level. It doesn't matter which level, whatever the level, you're still there. That's the thing. For an arahant, actually, is the only the mango tree, but it's not real to him. There was a question from another time that actually I felt the importance is the question was or someone asked me what happens from Nagami level to Arhat level. Actually, if someone is truly in that level, truly means if someone has had the experience of Sotapanna, that is stream enterer, and entered the next level, the Sukudagami, that is one centerer, and then completed that and entered the no enterer and completed that. Now, in that level, it is a complete super happiness, super tranquility that would be there. Because nothing is becoming a thing. The worldly things are not becoming a thing. So what is there then? There is a very minute hidden area there. It is the actual sukha feeling that, or the super happiness, super tranquility, which will uh, become a thing slowly. It's a very slow thing, which will disappear because it's a fully understood, fully realized part. I have to write that because all the time it's nothing about other things. Worldly things are not a thing means even the light, any perception is not a thing. It's complete super tranquility, super uh, super happiness. Why we are using these extra two words, super? Because there's no self who is experiencing these things. There's no self view, but there's slight non-form level of entertainment. So what happens in the last bit is actually becoming the this. So actually it becomes a normal thing as well. Whole system becomes a non-vibration. And vibration would be the base. Because all this time vibration was the base. All right? All this time, the whole life, vibration was the base. And now you can understand it is not the base, it's so how do you understand the mango tree now? How do you place the thought of mango tree? If you feel that the mango tree is actually standing there, and definitely I'm here. How? It's a feel. Even that is a feel. Mango tree is there, I'm here is a feel. You don't even have to think aloud to get this right. You're just looking at it. And if you really feel that it's really there, the pile of hay is there, I'm here. Only one knows whether it has become a thing or not. Right? Yeah, the duality is a feel. How about the perception level? Well, if someone is fully aware that the outside, we have never had an experience of outside, this is all perceptions we have. It's all a thought in the mind, right? So what is mind? It's actually a combination of sound wave, light wave, and the thought wave coming together, forming the mind wave. It's a new kind of wave, but it has all the features in actually, or five sensory organs. That means 8 vibrations. What are the 8 vibrations? 4 great elements, and the sound, light, taste, and smell. Right? So the 4 great elements are fluidity, liquidity, solidity, heat, and air. But remember, these eight things, or the 5 sensory organs acting together, it access a new vibration. Actually, it's not anywhere, it's access a new vibration. That one is nowhere. It's nowhere. This is very difficult for you to understand because you feel that it is in front of you. Actually, it is nowhere, even not in the mind. It's a bit tricky, isn't it? Yeah. Because you feel that the perception is in the mind. Actually, that it's not, there's no place where the mind is. That's what I'm trying to say. You say that the perception is in the mind, in the sense perception of mango tree is in mind. Actually, there's nothing called mind. So there's no place. It arises when it arises. When it arises only, we know that it is there also. Even if you are like not feeling most of the vibrations, doesn't matter. What you feel is what matters. Whether if it is felt in sensual world level, you're still in that lower level. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 stimuli. Even if you come to the form level, if you you need to understand that the form level is actually a disaster. It's not actually true. It is okay. It is okay to have that. Anyone looking in front of you, what you see is mango tree is the normal phenomena. Also, a jack tree will never bear a fruit of mango. Same wise, this if there is a vibration which is taking it everything as real, that is another vibration. This vibration is the reason for the whole samsaric journey. That vibration is consolidated in this human entity because of the thoughts. The humans have the ability of thinking. Yeah? It's a weird, beautiful ability, yes, but is that real? It's not actually real. It's a presentation or the formation of the 5 sensory organs which comes together, forming the mind. There's no place for mind. There's no specific place in the body or in the. There's no mind. Something called mind. It's not like that. It appears like as if you type something in Google, suddenly all the data is coming. That's how it is. Or if it's billions of data in whole samsaric journey, everything is coming in one mango tree. Did you get that? You just saw mango tree, but when it comes to that level, the perception level, every perception, the billions of trillions of perceptions that formed within this 75 years of age or 80 years of age or 100 years of age is coming there. Underneath that, there's a different level. So if you fully realize that the perceptions are actually not true, it's not anywhere, even though it is felt as here, you realize that it's only a feel which matters. What is that? That's the self. This is a whatever it comes down to vibration, because you are actually coming inward. So you get the feel level of the mango tree. So actually what you feel is you. This is very tricky as well, this aspect. What you feel is you are you, because it is you. Then you realize that how much powerful is that vibration. What's the power? You have to feel that, the power of this vibration. That's the sasana power, or the your power. That's what had the potential for all these fires through 5 sensory organs and 6th one. But through the 6th one, we are actually catching this vibration. So if there's nothing called mind, actually, is this mango tree perception true? No. Then what did you feel? Yeah, you can say, oh, yeah, I know, I really get it, but I am feeling something. What? That's the speed of the sensory organ, because you are looking at it. That's the light. Speed of light is the basic thing that you feel alive. So the mind consciousness, if mind consciousness is fully realized and appears, then comes the something that you feel is actually the light consciousness. If it is a touch level, yeah, it's a touch consciousness which is easy to catch. Sound consciousness which is easy to catch. The light consciousness actually it is very fast. This speed of the sensory organ, but it doesn't matter. What matters is how we realize that it is the speed. Mm. What do you think? Any of these sensory organ speeds can give you the alive feel, but we didn't know that. Did we? No. We knew that there's never a self-view, never a self-perception. But it was mistakenly, ignorantly, it was taken as me. That consciousness was taken as me. Actually, that power never, ever, you have never ever felt a gap between that power because of that. Because continuously this alive will was taken as a thing, as for granted, because existence field was taken for granted. When the existence field is taken for granted, 100% the alive field would be there anyway. But if you fully realize that the existence field is due to the speed of the sensory organ, then definitely that power can't synchronize there. What do you think? If you are actually, if you feel that this existence field is true, 100% this power will continue. If you fully realize all these things, after that it doesn't matter. What happens is not a that system slowly. This power of the stimuli will go down, but it takes ages because there's so much perceptions which has gained momentum. The son, the daughter, the family responsibility, husband, wife, what else? Granddaughter, grandson, grandmother, grandfather, mother, father, sister, brother, neighbors, what else? Money, status, freedom, body, and in the end, self is a thought as well. Me, I, me, mine. So what happened there? So even after realizing that the non-vibration is actually there when the uh, Dhamma is fully realized, when the stimuli is not a thing, like this self-will is not there, you completely get it, fully understand that the life will is just a creation, That is the main problem that we can't be sure of. We have to be sure of that. Then the path opens. So because the first three fetters, the Sakkayaditthi, Silapati Paramasa, Vichikicha, there's so many types. Buddhi Kankatiya. There's so many types of Vichikicha. So actually, if you fully realize them only, all these suspicions will go away. Or doubts will go away. So if you feel an vibration, for even for a fraction of a second, this consolidation will be there. The doubts will be gone. You will never ever think that there is a self again, because you know it is not like that. You have felt it otherwise. So now what happens? Then now there are stimuli, so much stimuli that has gained momentum over the time. You will not have any more power than that. It will be just power that is left now. They will never gain momentum again. Your performance will not increase again from that point of view. It will slowly reduce anyway. That's what is going to happen. So what matters is if you fully realize that this self is not there and the stimuli is not felt as a thing, it all gives you such an insight that your self view is broken, because you fully realize that the self view is there because of the misunderstanding. But this ignorance is still there, because still you feel things as real. That hasn't, stimuli are still felt as existent due to the habits. So slowly this will go down. That is the Sakudagami level, where the actual defilement starts to slowly reduce. Because you know that the defilements are actually due to the not anything to do with the self, but to do with the habit of the stimuli being a thing. So you fully understand that this phenomena, this stimuli becoming a thing, is a habit now. You fully realize that. That's the most important aspect, how I realize these things. So if this stimuli are still thick, still felt as a thing that is out of the habit, and you slowly realize that they are actually nothing to be taken, because you fully realize them before. So slowly this power of the stimuli starts to go down. Rather, I told you some things that would be things to some people. Some people it would be work, some people it would be family, some people it would be the politics, some people it would be the so work, family, politics, what else? Uh, money. And there are a few other things which I haven't touched. It's sensual, actually we have 5 sensory organs and the mind. There's entertainment of them too. Slightly underneath that level of actual stimuli. The excitation or the entertainment or the Nandi or Ujjititi or Uddipana in Sinhala. It is like a excitement or entertainment or actually a change. It is there because the sensory organ is felt as a thing. When the light is felt as a thing also, there is some kind of entertainment. When the sound is felt as a thing, it hasn't even gone to the level of the chair. But still, even in that level, there's a slight entertainment. And if you felt good, just imagine you felt good. That also becomes a thing. There's a slight entertainment of that good feeling as well. So you have to be fully aware of how this how this self vibration works. Self vibration has these 4 aspects. Asra. So the Sasra has the 4 aspects of Sasra, Astra. That is the features of this vibration. What are the features of vibration? It has the potential for entertainment. That is Kamastra, which is in the field side. Bhava Astra, it has the potential to become something important, kind of a thing, becoming a thing due to the speed. Also is also in the field side where the existence field is felt as a thing. These are very, very subtle things that is not fully evident. And there's ignorant astra. The ignorance is also there. Anyone of these things are there, ignorance is there. So, if you fully realize these aspects, system, even the existence will start to become nothing. So the enjoyment of existence feel will actually vanish slowly. This is kind of is important to understand in the latter part what happens. Because you can't do anything here anyway. It happens. So if you fully realize this, what is the problem after that? Nothing. No problem after that. It would be very mint. I feel it will be there. I mean, it's a metaphor. Don't take it seriously. It's you will have problems, ongoing problems in the life. There will be some sickness. There will be some pains and aches, and there will be problems at home. There will be problems at work. There will be things that will go wrong. There will be things that will happen not according to your way. But because this self-view, self-perception to the level, okay, we don't know what level, but if the self-view is not there, none of these things will be attributed to a self. But that system will be fully aware that if the self-perception is there, the reason is because something has become a thing. It's as simple as that. So then the research would be, what is becoming a thing? Usually it is very, it becomes very subtle. After some time, it would be some entertainment of this sensory function. Whether it is entertainment of the actual um, the the feel of good feel, the super awareness or the super happiness or the super tranquility. Even that may, in the beginning, that may play a role as something. But every aspect of this would be caught with the help of the noble friend. The help of the noble friend is really important here because what do you mean by a noble friend? Noble friend is actually someone who has passed all these areas and has become the non-vibration, because you can experience a non-vibration for a fraction of a second. That is the extreme mental level. But actually becoming that non-vibration, so there's no differences. Everything, the non-vibration is the normal, not the vibration actually. So the non-vibration feels the vibration. Before, everything was felt by the vibration. Vibration was the normal. But now the non-vibration becomes the normal. Right. Mm. So after that, is there anything to do? Not really. Because you can't really do anything. Imagine the worldly things are not becoming a thing. In that level, even the light, they are also worldly things. There are some caveats also in this part. I mean, most importantly, is the difficulty in understanding about the stimuli. What is the stimuli? The mango tree. So the mango tree is actually felt as standing in front of you, isn't it? Yes. You can show also. There is a mango tree there. Yes, you can show it. We also, I mean, even Lord Buddha will show it. Anyone can do that. But whether you actually believe it is there or not is a different thing. right? Yeah. If you feel that the mango tree is not out, actually not outside, this it's like a perception. The affinity or the how do I say the power towards it will be less. You're not going to worry about the mango tree. You're not going to cut the mango tree or hate the mango tree or hug the mango tree, or you're not you're not actually, even if you hug the mango tree, it will be just for something else, not actually imagining that it's there, you know. Sometimes you may hug the children also. Doesn't necessarily mean you feel it's actually there. You know it is actually not there, but you may still feel like that. That is the thing. So this ujjijiti or the deepana or the excitation, in a good way or bad way, it doesn't matter. This excitation happens due to the sensual organs. Either it is the mind sensor, either mind sensor, it would be the mango tree, but the light sensor, it would be the light. The sound sensor, it is the light. Sorry, sound. And um, if it is the this body sensor, it is the touch, temperature, all these things. If it's a nose, it's the smell. If it's a tongue, it is. But all these three things. What three things? The body sensor, taste sensor, and smell sensor becomes irrelevant if you fully realize that they are actually uh, not real. You know that the touch sensation will be there, no? But if you fully realize that the touch sensation is not a thing, then it doesn't necessarily matter, does it? Whether you are touching the softest thing in the world or the hardest thing in the world. But even that, if the touch is not real, what about the specifications of that? Doesn't matter, isn't it? Just imagine, you know that the cars have specific specifications about the car. The car is not real. What do you think about the specifications? Does it matter what the specifications the car has? Not real, isn't it? So if even the touch perception is a joke, even if the touch perception is actually a creation of the speed of the sensory organ, what else about the specifications, the softness, the hardness, or the temperature and all that, the pain, everything. These are results of this sensory organ. So what are you going to like or dislike? Is there anything to like or dislike? Not really. This has to be fully realized in the sound as well. The light is it's very light is the most speed of the light is the fastest, and can really, it's a very subtle thing if you can really understand that the light, speed of light is actually the reason that why you feel things as real when you see things. Just imagine you're looking at your phone and you're scrolling up and down. That's the most important thing that people would do these days. You keep reading the news about war. You keep reading the news about cost of living. You read about the trend of the uh, what market? I forgot the word. The the money market. I forgot the actual word. So those will be the things that people would be, or the prices of the food. You will be wondering about them, isn't it? So you fully realize that the light is also actually speed of light. Because of speed of light, you feel that whatever you see as real is because of the speed. You can't differentiate that much. Just one glance will catch so many things, isn't it? Just imagine you are inside the living room, as I told before. Just one glance will tell you so many things. Everything is in place, everything is right. If one thing is out of place, you might detect it in a fraction of a second. That's how fast the speed of light is. So because of the speed of light, everything is felt as real. The light or the eye consciousness. This consciousness level is a bit tricky because it is felt as a thing. Mind consciousness is about the mango tree, all that. Even if you were to say this is light, that is some actual mind consciousness. But actual body consciousness or actual sound consciousness or actual light consciousness, you have to actually, it will be felt when the perception level is not a thing. Otherwise, you can't actually get the idea of this light. What do you think? So these worldly things, even if the worldly things are not a thing, there would be the life feel. How would you get the life feel if you really understand this? You will feel it as a good feel, isn't it? Because worldly things are not a thing. Now it's a good feel. So at the end, it will be the good feel that it has to become normal as well. Understand that it is a creation as well. So this entertainment of these sensory organs, whether it is the good or the bad, right or the wrong, it doesn't matter. Entertainment of the sensory organ is the final bit that will go mostly. Final would be the light. The if you can fully realize this, nothing will become a thing to you at the end. Whether it is the touch sensation, whether it is the sound, whether it's the smell, whether it's the taste or the smell or the touch or the body sensations and the sound sensation and the light. Nothing will become a thing even in the conscious level. But don't worry if it is becoming a thing still. This you can't control this. What you can only understand is Dhamma. Advanced system has opened up a different angle, different avenue for you to understand the whole world in the sense of every sensory organ. That's the only kindness that the world has offered you at the moment. because fully realizing that there was never a self here, but the entertainment of the sensory organs was there due to ignorance is the thing. If you know that the entertainment is happening, the ignorance is getting low and low, and ignorance can't do anything. Once the non-vibration manifests, become the normal thing, and actually non-vibration will take over. Non-vibration means there's no fire, there's no suffering, there's no self-vibration or self-view or self-perception, nothing. That's the importance. So actually this manifestation of non-vibration is rare. At this moment, non-vibration is manifesting. So I invite all the nuns, monks, all the spiritualists, all normal people who never thought about even these things, but who knows what suffering is, all invited to actually listen to our nuances and truth and see. So what brings you suffering? Actually, the ignorance brings you suffering. Not knowing that there is no self, it's just a stimuli which is felt as real is the reason for suffering. This ignorance is the suffering. The vibration is the reason for suffering. Its power is built up because of the vibration. If you're fully aware about that, there's no way that that system is going to suffer internally. Externally, it may be like that. Externally, you would be even crying sometimes. You would be trying to help people. You would be sensitive to other people's problems. You would be actually very sensitive in that sense. But actual burning, the self-burning will not be there because the self-view is broken. Until the self-view is broken, there's a risk of this Dhamma going nowhere. Dhamma actually can be a double-edged knife. When you're trying to cut the defilements, actually, you might get hurt as well, because if the self-view is still there, unbroken, when you enter even the the mind is not a thing. Even the feel is not a thing. You might actually become the non-feel without getting rid of the self view. That's very dangerous. Very dangerous. That's a risk that you take. So you have to understand this risk is there. The main important aspect is actually piercing one thought and fully realizing there's no self at all. If that doesn't happen, if you keep thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking, this system will continue to change, but it's not permanent. Because thinking is not permanent anyway. Because the self view, self perception, self vibration will be there. Isn't it? So I invite everyone to listen to Dhamma. This is a slow process because a lot of us are in the not that quick in understanding Dhamma. So it takes some time. It doesn't matter how long it takes. If you're really in that path, you don't have to worry. But Lord Buddha said, yes, if your fire is on, hair is on fire, what do you do when the hair is on fire? You try to get rid of the fire, isn't it? Because you know it will go up quickly. For some, body parts would be a thing, like hair. Gives you the feeling that you are there. Beauty. So you have to be careful. You have to detect what things have made this. What are the things that are actually giving this, existence fear, or life feel in that sense? Or this self-perception. What things? Is it your hair? Is it your beauty? Is it your habits? Which habit is it? So it's a bit of a research that you have to do. Even are you prepared to do that? Is the thing. Better you try. Mm. Hope you understand this Dhamma with a lot of wisdom. Wisdom doesn't come naturally. You have to listen to Dhamma. Sometimes you might have to listen for months, maybe years. Doesn't matter. Actually, keep listening and try to feel this Dhamma, and you might actually experience it. Experience a non-vibration at least once, and you will be confident enough to say that actually there is non-vibration. Actually, the vibration is not the base. Non-vibration is the base. So to get into this level, you have to actually feel the non-vibration or anatma, non-self. So this is about Lord Buddha's message. There is no self here. There is no I, me, mine. Whatever you feel is a sensory organ, and if it is becoming a thing, yes, I, me, mine is felt. Otherwise, it's not there. So it's the most important thing you have to feel. And Lord Buddha said, if you have lived for decades, it doesn't matter. But if you haven't felt this at least once, it's useless, he said. So folks, everyone, try and feel this and try and understand this Dhamma. 3 to 5 Sinhala Zoom discussion is there. I hope someone from any country would join for the discussion. Actually, a newcomer would be much welcome to discuss, honestly, discuss what is being taught. So, thank you, Aaron Hansa, for the normal guidance. May Triple Gem bless you all. May Aaron Hansa have power to deliver this message to everyone in this world. We are just helping to our best ability. Thank you so much. May Triple Gem bless you.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the 24-hour English Zoom discussion, which is conducted under the guidance of Buddothpada Wahanse, our spiritual teacher, noble friend, who has been involved in the penetrative insight over a long period of time and has reawakened the distorted message of Gautama Buddha Sasana and trying his best to convey this message to all humans despite their geographical location and the mother tongue or any form of uh, difficulty. Uh, Everybody has the right to understand this truth. So, under his guidance, we as a team are trying to conduct these Dhamma talks, deliver these Dhamma talks. So, as usual, today let's look at how we have got entangled in this illusory world, which is merely a formation or projection of six sensory faculties. So, first of all, let's all worship Buddothpada Wahanse's feet for his immense kindness and selfless service and the great wisdom. So, this is the reawakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. It is important to remind that Gautama Buddhacharya Mahanse uh, disclosed a never heard before Dhamma, that is the dependent origination or the cause and effect Dhamma. When the fact that when there are certain causes and conditions present, certain effects will be there. So everything that we experience through these six sense spaces are mere instantaneous projections. But when we hear this like this, can we believe it at once? They are mere projections of the sense faculties. So, our loving parents, mother, father, then the children, sons, daughters, and our mother country or motherland, our schools, teachers, our neighbors, then all those immediate friends, our colleagues, how can they be mere projections? So, you will be really confused probably if you haven't ever wondered about these things, you haven't at least tried to understand the mind, if you haven't read about this, if you haven't had any opportunity to uh, reflect on who you are and why you are here and how come these animals behave like differently, they look different, and how come humans have different experiences through the sense faculties. Actually, in this fast moving world, especially in this 21st century world now, everything is governed by digital technology. The world has become so competitive day by day. Due to certain natural hazards, we have got, I mean, busy in the sense we have no time to relax and think about this. We have to find solutions for our survival. From the mundane perspective, uh, we have to face numerous global challenges. You know. especially the international issues, global issues such as international terrorism, the war and violence, then health issues, this COVID, the corona pandemic. Although now recently the moon, so we we are trying our best to uh, maintain this life in the sense the human existence. That's what we have been doing uh, right throughout, because from the from the origin of human evolution, what the man has tried to do is uh, doing, I mean, doing whatever possible, or thinking day and night about their existence, their survival. So that is actually, we never knew we are caught in this illusory mind. So though there are philosophers who have tried to explore, oh, who am I, or who this self is, and what is this life? Why do we die after, let's say, the maximum lifespan would be 120 years? And after that, what happens? So people, people did not have, I mean, most of them did not bother, but some really, I mean, philosophers, those who great thinkers, they have reflected on them. They have spent time thinking about them. They have written about them. They have questioned, but uh, the proper answer was not found. So they some believed with the death we would the soul, there is a soul, they knew that much. They said this soul will be uh, resting forever uh, in the heaven. Or some believed if you have performed bad karmas, bad activities, bad actions, you will end up in the hell. So heaven and hell, that is the destination. Most of the world believed so, but uh, the truth goes beyond that. The truth is there is no such a self, no such a soul in the body. It is a misconception. It is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding that happened actually not because of the fault of the human, not because of the fault of animal, because it is the human system or the animal system do not have the capacity to see this truth, see the cause for this. The human system, in the sense, the six sense spaces: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, means the skin, and the mind do not have the capacity to see the truth. So how come that uh, this can be explained through a simple example? Now you all Now we all use mobile phones. So mobile phones get you install a SIM and you receive calls. Now, if you are located far away from, let's say, um, your motherland, but still, when someone calls, dials that number, you receive the call. You talk to those people who are like maybe 2,000, 5,000 kilometers away from you, but still instantaneously you connect with them. So something, some connection happens. But do you see those waves, those waves coming to your mobile phone, or certain waves going from your mobile phone to those phones? No, human system cannot capture. Sound wise, it's between 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz uh, vibrations that human ear can capture. But some animals can sense better. Their sensory systems uh, have more capacity than the human system does. So we have examples. Now, before the tsunami disaster, the devastation happened. It happened in 2004. Especially Sri Lanka was worst affected. And at that time, a couple of days before the disaster, certain animals who lived on the coastal belt actually, and certain, even in the sea, certain fish, types of fish and sea creatures, they moved their local, they changed the place where they stayed. And the animals, they went to the inland, they went to interior places, those who were living on the coastal belt. So they have somehow felt it. Their sense system, sense faculties have captured certain signs of danger. But human system, compared to that, it's so weak. Until we were badly hit by it, we never knew. Be- because actually, it's about tsunami. Uh, There weren't any lessons about tsunami in our geography books until then. Maybe in other countries like Japan, they had it. So it is not to talk about all these disasters uh, or how we have to overcome them, how we have to find solutions to them. It is to understand the system, the human system. What is this? That is the basis, because uh, is there a person within the body or within the mind, so called? Is there an existing mind? How is, where is the mind in the body? Now, mind is the forerunner of all actions. That is Lord Buddha's words. So, if the mind is the forerunner of all activities, is there a certain location, fixed location for the mind in this human body? So, take time to think about this, because this human life is not all about uh, going to school, securing a degree, securing a white collar job, uh, getting married, bringing up children, then ensuring their future, and then uh, spending the old age with contentment, or spending the old age happily and in a self, I mean, uh, very peaceful manner, in a peaceful manner, and facing the death. That is not this life all about, because there is something more than that. Uh, because being born in as a human is a rare opportunity, but we believe we don't even uh, think about them. We just go by the current. Going with the current is so easy. So the mind consciousness creates beautiful things. So we just go by them. We don't want to go against, uh, think why and how, to explore why and how these things have become like this. Because we uh, actually the nature has designed it beautifully, that we get caught in this, because we can't remember uh, uh, the first few years of our life. If we could remember how things became real for us, how uh, these individual sense experiences uh, merged with other sense experiences, and how we started feeling that three-dimensional entities are around us and the people. So when we were in the court, we did not have anything like, but sadly, we cannot recall those experiences. We don't know what our experiences at that level were like. We have just accepted them, and because it's easy, we don't have to wreck our mind. We don't have to think because we are so lazy. We we don't want to bother. But actually, one great individual born to the world wanted to find it out. Find it out. Actually, uh, he he out of great empathy, out of great loving kindness, he wanted to. He saw the sufferings that come in the form of happiness, instantaneous uh, contentment, excitement, delight, and even about with like sadness, fear. Anyway, we know that they are suffering, different forms of suffering. But if someone says that suffering comes in the form of happiness, excitement, delight, you would like think twice, or think that this one is talking nonsense. How can this happiness be a suffering? So that is why the people are scared of Buddhism. Some people I personally know are scared of Buddhism because they don't understand the real definition of suffering in Buddhism. Uh, that what is this eternal bliss, eternal bliss that they talk about. So uh, this nibbana, or uh, that is something that uh, was discerned by fully awakened individual, who is actually the greatest wisdom ever, Gautama Buddhacharya Mahanse, because he was born into a royal family. He was a prince. He the astrologers predicted that he would end up as the king of kings, or he would, if not he become Buddha, the fully awakened uh, individual would uh, who would reveal or disclose this uh, Dhamma, this philosophy, he would definitely become the king of kings. But actually, uh, with the guidance of the astrologers, the King Suddhodana father and Queen, uh, actually stepmother, Queen Prajapati, um, they made sure that this prince will not encounter any form of suffering in the mundane world. In Buddhist philosophy, we talk about suffering at different levels. So, suffering in this mundane world, like obvious things like uh, people facing death, then people facing diseases, catching diseases, deadly diseases. Becoming invalid, feeble, and then such, and also uh, the the king Suddhodana made sure that such experiences are never gained by this prince. So he expelled such people, the people who catch diseases, the very old people, and also the deaths. When people were about to die, they were expelled from the part of the country to make sure that the prince never gets such an experience. And uh, fortunately, actually, it is we are also fortunate because still we follow the Buddhist philosophy of Gautama Buddharajanan Mahansi. This particular Prince Siddhartha, that was his name. And once when he was riding his horse, uh, he encountered all these by chance or at random. And finally, he saw a monk walking, and the companion Kantaka, when questioned, said, "Oh, that person is looking for salvation or to liberation." So that is why he is practicing renunciation at that level. All these words have deeper meanings also. So then and there he decided to uh, leave the palace to find the truth. So he successfully ended his journey of seeking who the self is, who this, who are you, the big question. Who are you and why we are born to the world? So that is the ultimate truth of life. That is, there is no self than the six sense faculties: eye, ear, nose, mouth, tongue, body, and the mind. So but you may wonder, so how can this be? Now we can see, hear, touch, we experience, we smell, all these are there because actually uh, if we go deeper, what are these experiences? How do we feel as if we experience things that exist out there? So, to understand this, we have to go back to the radiant mind level. That is the time we spend in the court. Now, at that time, actually, it is important to go back to the uh, level of zygote to understand this. So, how does the birth of someone happens from the mundane perspective? I mean, in the world now we believe, okay, a child is conceived when couple gets married, probably uh, a child is conceived, then okay, he or she will gain birth after 10 months or 9 months, completion of 9 months, uh, so on and so forth, because from a medical perspective. So this uh, sperm and the ovum, they come together. So this after getting married, actually, you know, the whole when we after puberty of someone, this hormone system functions. I mean, and it is, I mean, it is the nature. This natural system, uh, now you know, after like 50 or 55, the menopause happens. So the hormone system, uh, I mean, it goes down, it has different functions. And does anyone do it? This hormone system, uh, the function of the hormone system is done by us or someone else. No, it's nature. So we have to think broadly to understand these Dhamma concepts. We never bothered to think about hormone system even. We were just carried away by its effect, and we did this and that. But now let's look at this from uh, look at from this look at this natural phenomenon and try to uh, understand the reality, because how we have been deceived by this natural phenomena. So the sperm and uh, ovum come together, and that unified cell is called the zygote. So at that level, certain vibration telepathizes into that zygote. Certain vibration, because um, entire universe functions according to a system of synchronization of vibrations. So that has been proven in physics, especially the quantum physics is all about this telepathization, the how the small particles have same properties, similar the characteristics, and how the vibrations of similar frequencies synchronize or come together, interact. So it's a natural phenomenon. So this vibration, after the telepathization of this vibration only, the medically uh, we believe that there is life in this zygote. So this grows, absorbing nutrition uh, through the placenta, umbilical cord, and the it becomes the fetus, and then it grows, and when it gets mature and ready to survive on its own, and the birth happens, birthing from the mundane perspective, and then the such a newborn does not have any other experience than the six sense, actually five sense faculty experiences, because at that time the mind is not there, mind is not developed, because mind arises out of the sense faculty experiences of other sense faculty. So at the birth, the newborn, the tongue, the skin, eye, ear, nose. If the child is healthy, so these sense faculties function. So if somebody, I mean, something very cold or very hot touches the skin, childhood, becomes a child, that the reaction would be there, involuntary reaction would be there. So when the eye vibrations function properly, uh, after maybe 3-4 months, certain visual formations arise, and when the ear functions, the certain sound vibrations interact with the vibrations of the physical ear, and sound, the hearing happens. So certain vibrations interact with the eye vibrations, and the seeing, process of seeing happens. So the nose, the smelling, it is all interaction of actions of vibrations, smelling, then tasting, and the warmth or the heat or the coldness felt, but without the awareness that it is the coldness, it is the warmth. No, some interaction of vibrations, because everything is made up of vibrations. We can't say made up even, but if you go to deeper level in the sense, if you analyze things from a very scientific perspective, uh, when you go on analyzing uh, these entities further and further, or deeper and deeper, if you break them into small parts, and ultimately you come to this electron proton level, the animate or animate, the composition of all certain vibration wave. In Buddhism, it is beautifully defined as 8 pure elements, that is the smallest segment as Shuddhashtaka. Scientifically, it's the smallest part in the, I mean, entities are made up of these 8 pure elements, or again we can use the word 4 great elements even. So the, now the newborn has only the sense faculty experiences. not just the newborn, we also have only the sense faculty experience. Now, if you have time, just just try to as a process. Actually, it functions. Mm, some voice production happens, and I don't intentionally move my lips, I don't intentionally move my tongue, but some sound production happens, and the ear perceives those sounds, and the body touches the cushion. That interaction of vibration is there. Since eyes are closed, I don't see, don't eyes don't perceive anything. So yeah, I feel some body sensation. It's kind of coldness. Other than that, I cannot talk about any experience. So it is the sense faculty experience. So the newborn also, not just newborn, any sentient being, even a cat, dog, or elephant, even a fish, whatever its physical form, they only have the sense faculty system. They cannot experience anything other than the experiences of the sense faculties. So the human system has 6 sense faculties. Some animals have more sense faculties than that. Or if we consider a worm, it has only the skin. Its world is created out of that single sense faculty. So our world got created with initially with the 5 sense faculties, which later developed into a mind faculty also. So that is the nature of this life, this system. So going back to the child with the radiant mind, so what happened gradually was now the sense faculties functioned, started to function. But did the child did the child know that it is the it is the warmth of the mother, that it is the taste of the mother's milk, that it is the smell of the milk, or that it is the softness of the cushion or the cot, or that it is the taste, smell, that's it. Uh, did the child know that at that level? They were just individual or isolated sense faculty experiences. Or when the eye functions, did the child know that he is seeing the mother or flower or seeing the blue sky? No, it was just seeing certain visual input, certain visual formation. So gradually, as the child grows, this individual sense experiences gets connected. This actually, at that level, the initial level, just a sound perception occurred in the child's ear. the visual perception occurred in the eye, or tactile perception occurred in the skin. So olfactory perception occurred in the nose. Gustatory perception occurred in the tongue. That's it. They were just isolated sense faculty experiences. Even though now, from a mundane perspective, we say the taste of the milk, smell of the milk. So we have milk out there. The taste comes from that, smell comes from that, and the eye perceives the white milk. So the milk itself becomes real with the, and you touch milk and it is like watery, it's liquid form, and its warmth or heat is felt. Now when we say milk, we have all those sense faculty experiences coming together. Now when we say, now the moment the word milk is heard, the milk, that that image appears. That image has all the properties, the white color, liquid nature, the smell, taste. It's very interesting. And it connects with the sound milk. And that is the mind consciousness actually. This combined sense faculty experience is the mind consciousness, mind. Otherwise, there is no existing mind as such. It is the merging or convergence of all these sense faculty experiences. Now, at that time, the mother comes to the child, and mother embraces the child, takes the child, hugs and kisses, licks, and cuddles the child. But the child doesn't only feels the uh, body sensation, maybe the smell, but no. But now the mother perception, mother's warmth, mother's taste, mother's smell, mother's the voice and the sound, mother, the label, all come together, and the mother's visual formation all come together, and we have a kind of very thick perception of the mother. So our experience is very different, and the moment we hear the sound, that image all those properties, all those attributes. So that's the difference between the ignorant mind and the actually radiant. Radiant mind means initially uh, that there was also ignorance, because the truth is not known by the newborn, but the system was as such. System did not have the capacity to connect because it doesn't have that much experiences. Gradually, the radiant mind does not remain as it is. Now you may have the other next question. So if someone remains like a radiant person with a radiant mind, so will such a person liberate from all suffering and attain Nibbana? No, no, nothing like that, because there is ignorance. There is already some tendency for attachment or clinging. That's why I mentioned about a certain vibration that telepathized into the zygote in the mother's womb. So that vibration actually uh, is the same vibration of this, what can we say? Yeah, that vibration. So I have to go back to Lord Buddha's words to explain that. Lord Buddha was questioned by someone. He asked, when somebody uh, gains the rebirth, is it the same person that is reborn or born again? So Lord Buddha answered directly, and he said, I can't say it is the same person. It is not the same person, or it is the same person. So that is the answer. Always the Lord Buddha's answers helps us to understand that Lord Buddha, this Dhamma has no duality, no extremes, no that person or not, it's a different person, no extremes. So why he said so? Because the power of the last thought. Now I didn't start talking about thoughts yet, but in all other Dhamma discourses, our senior practitioners, of course, they talk, vividly talk very clearly about them. Please go on listening to these sermons. Uh, so you will definitely get this message um, from someone, because our spiritual teacher Aryan Mahanse personally participates in the Dhamma discussion, which is conducted from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So it should be 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Australian time. So according to that, you can figure out the time slot. And so this discussion is really helpful, because then and there you get the opportunity to clarify the doubts, because this is really hard in the sense, uh, once you understand the basics, everything come into place and you will see the big picture. Until then, you will have questions. So in that Dhamma discussion, Aryan Mahanse, the spiritual teacher himself, participates, and there are three senior practitioners. They will definitely address your issues. So uh, th- to understand this in one go is bit of a challenge. You need to listen to sermons, if because this life is human life is for you to understand this truth, to realize this truth, to experience this truth. So actually, I was talking about this, the power of the last thought. So the power of the last thought telepathizes into another zygote. So that is how we go on and on in this samsaric journey, this fearful samsaric journey. Now, in in the mundane perspective, we talk about 31 realms, the higher realms, right, like non-form Brahma realm, form Brahma realm, then heavens, then the human realm, animal realm, hungry ghost realm, and hells. So, if the thought power does not become zero, that is non-vibration level, the, the vibration does not become non-vibration by someone I mean uh, takes the last breath or at the death, that remaining power will telepathize into another system. That is how certain vibration telepathizes into a zygote. So at the radiant mind level also, at dormant level, that power is there, power which telepathized into the zygote is there. So that's why uh, there is always a tendency for attachment to aversion, even in the child with the radiant mind. So if somebody gives something, the child grabs it without knowing what it is. So that tendency for clinging is there due to that vibration, that samsaric vibration called taints that telepathized into the zygote. So uh, actually, this child with the radiant mind gradually gets exposure to numerous sensory inputs. So, with the support of the environmental factors, this thought formation happens. Now, the child matures. What happens is, naturally, these sense faculty experiences merge. Naturally, it's a natural phenomenon. Now, um, the when the child tasting or suckling, child is suckling, the taste of the milk uh, is connected with the texture of the milk and the smell of the milk, and the feeling that milk exists arises, but the child doesn't know the name. But somebody says, Baba Kiribiwada, did you have milk? So just talking to the child, are you hungry? And then this name gradually gets established in relation to those sense faculty experiences. The taste, the texture, the smell, and the name milk. Similarly, the mother perception and that warmth, that that then the taste, smell connects with the name mother with the environmental support. Somebody should introduce it. So next time when the word mother is heard, that it, because it doesn't happen in one go, because the lot of repetition happens. If you can uh, recollect a memory of a small child, child in the court, how much effort uh, do the adults make to introduce things to the child? That is the very first arising of thoughts or the mind creation, because mind gets created out of other sense faculty experiences. Now, just imagine a child is given a ball. Yeah, the ball, and now the child touches the rubber ball. That texture is there. Then the color of the ball, the shape, and then the smell. Child may may get it closer to the nose. The child may lick it. That taste. All with all those sense experiences, somebody says it's the ball, just pass the ball, throw the ball. So the ball, the label or the name gets connected with the sense faculty experiences. Experiences means that softness of the rubber, then the shape, round shape, and the smell. A child may taste it, lick it also, the taste. With that, the ball, the smell of the ball, all connect. I mean, in a single shot, they spark at once and it gets connected with the sound ball. So that is the first formation of a thought. Mother, the name mother gets connected with the sense faculty experiences. Milk gets connected with the sense faculty experiences. So this name and form combination is the thought formation. So this actually Lord Buddha says the once ghee is made from milk, there is no way that ghee can be reversed to milk. Similarly, when the sense faculty experiences connects with the name, next time they come together. They don't come as separate entities, sense faculty experiences and the name. No, they all come together as a ball, as a mother, as the tree, as the milk. So that is how the the feeling of existence of things arise. Actually, that is where we are heading to understand the self perception and the existence field. So today, I mean, I was talking about very basics, the sense faculties and how who am I? The we are we are merely the sense faculty system. That's what I wanted to establish. So let's talk tomorrow further about this, and I invite all of you to listen to sermons done by all our Dhamma friends throughout the day. So listening is very important. Listening to sermons is the listening to sermons is the first phase of uh, understanding Dhamma. So may the Noble Triple Gem bless you. Therewani.